Stanley! Alright, we're playing Stanley Parable today. In case you haven't figured that out yet. In which case, I can't help you. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Anyway, we're gonna switch over now. Alright, is it capturing it? No? Okay. You annoy me, OBS, you annoy me. Alright, there we go, yes. Very nice. Alright, we're picking some subtitles for the viewing pleasure. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes, I have. Alright, we're doing gameplay right now. This is gameplay. I'll do as many as I can. Alright, barely visible. Can you still see the computer chat? Well, then it's perfect. Please enter the current time. Oh my goodness. That is... Yes, PM. That. And that's that. This is peak gameplay right here. Damn. Alright, here we are. This is the Ultra Deluxe Edition, which has more shit than a non-deluxe version. Of course, it was only made for the fat stacks, so you can rest easy knowing that it has zero artistic merit in it. Yes. Are you done loading? Thank you.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh my god, Stanley from the Stanley Parable? Oh my god.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee.
No spoilers, please.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Highly engaging
Orders
job.
came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
I can think of a couple of people that would like this job.
Considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I too would be very happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he
Company got
realized that
shot
not
down for
one
health violations.
single order had arrived on the monitor.
Oh,
for him.
very well.
No
How's
one had
your
showed up to give him
Sunday,
instructions,
darling
call
Jewel?
a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Stanley enjoying
Shocked,
the
frozen
quarantine.
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Well, that's
But
good
as
to
he
hear.
came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh my goodness, engaging gameplay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What's with the frame rate? Can I do something about that? Why is the resolution so low? I have a high quality monitor. I want a good resolution.
What could it mean?
There we go.
Stanley
That's a
decided to go
little
to the
bit better.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hello? Hello?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Chad, do we follow him or do we do our own thing? Immediately just not follow him. Alright, and we're going this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Stanley was never a good rule follower.
Yes, truly a
yes.
room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Give me a drink, I want a
Stanley
drink.
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Stanley, do you not have $1.25? What do you even do, Stanley, huh?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
I mean, like, look at this carpeting. Look at it. Don't tell me this isn't amazing carpeting. Or this coffee machine.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
I think
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I mean, like, probably, but enjoying this room, I think, is a sign of good character. Alright, let's continue on.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
How far will we let this chaos reign? Let's just completely disobey him for now.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Well, that's going to be very difficult for Stanley to pay off, considering he doesn't even have $1.25.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
No, this is the wrong foot.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
You have to pay $6,000 now, Stanley. That's gonna go directly to your bank account.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I like work. I just hate my boss. Hashtag relatable. Well, this game gets way more morbid.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, master. I will obey. I have no thoughts of my own.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it boil up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more. That you should apply that to all of your relationships, if I'm being totally honest. Broom closet!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This is my broom closet now. I mean, look at that wrench. Or this duct tape.
Nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
You can't stop me! Also, nice broom texture. 10 out of 10.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I love doing sweet FA. It's my favorite activity in the universe. Like, I mean, like, look at this wallpapered wall.
Broom closet, standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because I like it. It smells moldy. Is that a good explanation?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I think, Basher, those are supposed to be holes so you can put your hand in there. And not the
Maybe
nuclear warning
this
symbol.
is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
Did you guys get the broom closet ending, chat? Huh? Please tell me if you've got the broom closet ending.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
I do
He
agree.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Damn, don't make him seem cooler than he actually is, please.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yes, all of the electrical
Situation like
signals
this,
have
the
disappeared.
responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Anyone who happens to be nearby, the person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Have you got all that, chat?
You've done that, just step out into the hallway.
You're gonna need to puppet my corpse now. Yes, it is time for Stanley to finally accept that he is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
I'm gonna try my best to make you regret those words. But not
Coming to
now.
the staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I will sure do that. Well then, maybe you should go back to school. Oh, executive bathroom. Hell yes. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. I do like money, but Stanley doesn't have any. This mirror is doing a very bad job at being a mirror, I must say. What do we have here? The beige papers. Ooh, more documentation. Recommendations from the Oversight Committee. Some pencils. Business time. Are hostile takeovers the new biannual percentage? I sure do love me business terms. I know all of the business terms.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
No!
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
I'm
And
frightened.
so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I'm psychic. I know
Simply pushing
everything.
Random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I can read your mind, narrator. I know what you think. Into the dark elevator we go. Oh my god, is this the elevator from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Well, sadly, Stanley does not have a flashlight. I guess he's
Stanley
too poor
walked
for
straight
one.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yes, I have no thoughts of my own. I will do whatever you say. Push the button, Stanley.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Probably not, but it's not like my opinion really matters that much. I am a vessel.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
What's going on up there? I guess Missing No is employed here. Elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Sure, whatever you say.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I have no thoughts of my own. I cannot disagree with you. So I must agree. Yes, you're right.
The operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I do love me my random, useless glowing holes. If you do not have a random glowing hole in your house, you're doing it wrong. Why are you so slow, Stanley? Did you skip leg day? Ooh, spoopy.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
I don't know, the game is still running, so I guess not.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Aliens.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Illuminati.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight
cure to
streamed
cancer.
into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Yes, let me out into this 5 feet of JPEG.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Sure. I too would be happy looking at a random JPEG. Oh my god, I got a Steam achievement. Beat the game. What? I've already beaten this game, by the way. I don't know where that showed up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I do love missing memos. Right.
When
Left
Stanley
or right?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright. Then let's go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Yeah, I
it.
want to lick that carpet again.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
I think we should write an essay on the benefits and the magnificence of this room. It should probably be at least 300 pages
really
long.
Worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though
Yes,
all
yes,
your
I get it.
co-workers have but
I move
eager
on.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I probably will not. Alright, do we go down this spooky dark corridor, or do we go onto the cargo lift again? Right, let's play Ghost Hunter then.
And so
Ghosts.
he detoured through the maintenance section,
Ghosts.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But this spooky elevator looks so interesting, though. It looks so interesting. I'm just gonna push this button.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Yes.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
If you do that, make a mistake like this again,
No, not the
I'm gonna
Why would I have ever
send
said
a
it was to
letter
the
of
right?
complaint to you, alright?
What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right.
We didn't go left or right,
okay,
though.
Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ah, yes. Truck. Hello.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Chat
Stand
about your
close
eyes.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No!
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
I'll go wherever I want to.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes, let's go to the meeting room. Maybe we will find something interesting there.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Yes, I threw an
Did you
apple
move
core
the
down
story
there.
somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Well, that certainly is a
Stanley,
story.
Let's find the story.
I want to go down there. Stupid chairs. We even invented chairs. Welcome to the back rooms, I guess. This is definitely my favorite backrooms game. Ah, yes. Plant. Yes. I love walking around aimlessly.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Damn, stop taking control away from me, game. It's cringe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room speedrun any percent.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Let's sniff out this story like a well-trained hound. Always turn off your computers when you're not using them. Wastes electricity. No, let me into this random room.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh, I can
Wait,
feel it
never
coming
mind.
now, right?
Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Alright. Oh, goddammit.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Alright, chat, we did it.
I know
Time
you
to
put
pack
in
it
a
in.
lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh no, no, I don't feel right about this at all.
Stream's over now.
both
We
need
have
to be
achieved our
putting in
goal.
The actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Probably
I don't
drug
care what
addict.
might happen this time. I have to restart.
No.
All right.
Oh my
I've got
God.
a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Is this the Stanley Parable Adventure Line TM from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition, now available on Steam? Damn, I did not expect to see a celebrity here. You will lead me to the story,
See,
won't you, Adventure
the line
Line?
knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Hell yeah. Now we're ballin'. Now we're cooking with gas.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure
Fern
you study it
gaming.
closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna need you to remember this fern. It's very important. It's very important that we achieve Fern gaming later. Right. Fern has been studied. All of its weaknesses and strengths have been noted down. Let's continue.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, I know why the line can't find anything. It's looking for the story of the Stanley Parable. This isn't the Stanley Parable, this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Of course it can't find anything. What a silly mistake this is.
Oh,
Well, it found the story, I guess.
Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Hello, Adventure Line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the Adventure Line. What's it ever done for us?
Awesome
We're
music.
Intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yes, walk down the corridors.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
I think there's something
Wild.
sus about this
Use
corridor.
Your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
How about we walk down random corridors?
No, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I will not accept this line TM slander. Goodbye, line. I'll see you later.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
Deep
And
philosophy.
that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I have no complaints with that leap of logic. In fact, it's not even a leap. It's just makes perfect sense.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Well, yeah.
And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
That is how Alzheimer's works, yes.
Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
No. We'll die of starvation.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Well then. Confusion achieved.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh my god, it's new content! Chat, do we want to check out the new content, or do we want to continue engaging in the not so new content? Well, then we will engage with the old content first. Very slowly, though. We are going turtle mode now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're going this way now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting.
I'm making
and
an
Stanley
executive
knew
decision.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Really engaging with the game's
The lounge was
narratives.
sublime, a work
Yeah.
of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley?
The carpet.
Its grace, its subtle charm.
The carpet.
No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
Yes, the goddamn carpet. I already said that.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. I reject your door shenanigans.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Well, I guess she can wait a little bit longer. No. Oh, wait, I can go. Huh. Well, I guess we could do the jumping ending again, but we already did that, so we're not gonna do it again. Instead, we will actually engage with this ending. Yes.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Alright, I'll do it. Alright, it didn't crash. Cool, good.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
No,
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No.
I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
let me run away, please, game.
Right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh my god, it's Satan.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
This is
They want to
bullying.
commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
This is harassment. Also, why is this chair in the...
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
This isn't just bullying anymore. This is an assassination attempt now. Good morning, employee 427. Press C on your keyboard. Yes, Mr. Bossman.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
F in chat, boys. F in chat.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
I don't think that's how you
Now
should
he's
arrange
pushing
your
a button.
furniture.
Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Yes, Mr. Bossman.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
What's in the fridge? There isn't even a TV here.
Fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Now the company just got shut down for health code violations. What boys? You mean this chair? This chair isn't boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Would like some foodies though.
As he wandered through
No!
the world, he began to fill it with many possible
Damn, no more food
paths
for
and
us.
destinations. Down one path,
You're gonna have
lay
to
an
starve
enormous
now.
round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
Wow.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Where are these supposed kids at?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I hate you.
But there is no answer.
Ha! That got
How
rid
could
of
there
her.
possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
I hate on days. What the hell is an on day? Oh well. Night night.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Will I have an actual choice or no? No? Okay. K in chat for Stanley. K in chat for Stanley.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Oh, I do enjoy questioning nothing.
I
Nothing.
suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Well, do it. Do it! There we go. I can appreciate though that Stanley has the ability to just I don't know, stop his heart from beating. That's an impressive ability. Not everybody is built that way. Thank you so much for the follow, Timekeeper.
Catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Oh my god, it's a monitor. Let me input. There we go. We do need to press the inputs on all of these random PCs that No, we will not engage with the new content yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How about we follow him the directions this time instead of not doing that like the last couple of times.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Really, have you checked under the chairs yet?
Disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No, I think there really is nobody here. I can't see anybody under the chairs. Damn. Hello, broom closet. How about we go
Coming to a
downstairs this
staircase,
time?
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. I like this red light, so I'm gonna go downstairs.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Electric
And for
doors.
that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Do they?
Simply repeating. No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
My God.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun. And Stanley
This isn't
marveled
actually a
that he had still
starfield
not
in
woken
space.
up.
This is just
How was he remaining
light.
so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Oh, that's just there for
Now
narrative
the voice
purposes.
was
It's fine.
describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the
Well,
magical
bye,
stars
timekeeper.
just a moment ago? How else would
Have
the
a good
voice
day.
explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on
Now I
his
can't
back,
see anything,
the
Stanley.
press of the mattress on his
You
back,
must ruin everything.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
No, you're trapped here forever,
I'm
Stanley.
through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
I thought you didn't have a wife,
My
Stanley.
life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Sorry to burst your bubble there, Stanley, but you're not.
Stanley began screaming.
Ah,
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone
Oh,
tell
he's-
me I'm
he-
real.
he's entering
I
the
must be
bloodlust.
real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
was that a Reaper from Mass Effect? What the hell was that?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Plot twist.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment,
Dead. They
she
look
thought
dead.
to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there.
Give him a good
staring
kick
down
for
at
me,
the man.
Mariella.
And then she turned and ran.
You should have kicked him. Right.
All of his co-workers were
Chat,
gone.
left, right.
What could
Which
it
one?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is there a input? There is an input. Always be checking your inputs.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the
And
meeting
away we
room,
go.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, I want to
Standing now
lick
in
this carpet
incredible
again.
room, Stanley for the first time understood true
Oh,
happiness.
yes.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Damn.
But eager to get
maybe.
back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. Alright,
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
we're
ago.
gonna grab one of the secret endings now.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Yes, his
Someone
very
you've forgotten.
real wife TM.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it,
Wife
Stanley.
mannequin
Your
TM.
chance to redeem yourself.
Registered
To
trademark.
put your work
Copyrighted.
aside, to let her back
Yes,
into
yes, we
your
already
life.
heard this.
She's been waiting.
Yes. What?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
No.
Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double
Reject
check.
wife. Pull plug.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Why are you lying? I already know that's not what
White
happens.
will credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
What? No, I'm not
I
real.
can't believe I was
Chat,
so
please tell me I'm not
This
real.
is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
Oh, thank
Or
God.
did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Oh boy, please do.
Observe this helpful instructional video.
Yes, please.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For
I
example,
love danger.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert
Hello,
has
Rupert.
a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
I know
Which
what I'm
choice
picking.
would you make? Remember
Forgetting
that
to
unlike
read.
Here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, is it 4:30? I am supposed to be having a back,
Excellent.
sack, and crack.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the
Aw.
feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Yes. My good man, my good sir. Damn, we can't kill ourselves now. How sad.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
Would be very
We just need to
entertaining
get you home
though.
as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Always be observing your safety programs when trapped in a virtual world as a real person. Also that math
There,
earlier.
You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
That math earlier there, there was no fault with that math. It was perfect math. No, I will not take any corrections on that, chat.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Yes.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
No.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Somebody's first attempts at modeling a filing cabinet in Blender. Well, I guess let's go this way then.
Oh, it's
yes.
ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
Entertainment.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now.
Let me up. Let
What
me
am I
up.
supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
Yes, do it. Please do it.
What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
Ground cup.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Do it then! I think we did it. I think we finally bullied him. Yep. Alright. Abort mission, abort mission.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Yes, I'm very happy about that.
The only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
No, I generally try to avoid thinking.
You're a child. Oh.
Amazing collision over here.
Story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen
What?
there was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I
Yes.
worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to
We're in the ceiling now.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Shenanigans are afoot.
No, I will not engage.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as
Well
Stanley
then,
would.
alright.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know, I know it's difficult to hear this, Davkey, but there is this country where all people speak like that, and it's called Britain, and there they don't season their food. I know it's very hard to hear, but that is actually a real thing. That wasn't invented by the internet, I know.
Yet there was not a single person
I think
there
being
either.
British counts as a
With
pre-existing
disbelief,
condition.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
So if you're British in a country with a proper health insurance, you can probably write that in as a pre-existing condition.
Coming to a staircase,
No.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, I will do exactly what you tell me to. Bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. I despise you. Door, door, door. Well then.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Well, first,
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the
First, let's
code.
appreciate their business strategy, because pandas are useless animals. Well then. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Yes, hello there, Mr. Doorman. Would you please let me inside?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I'm sorry, I've lost my larynx in a tragic larynx accident.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
No.
You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there.
No.
Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I wanted to
When
piss you
Stanley
off.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm having an out-of-body experience right now.
Stanley?
I think we went to heaven.
Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
Hell
I need
yes.
you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Don't do it, Stanley!
Make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
Don't do it, Stanley!
More important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
No.
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
Don't engage, Sandy.
Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
You're a good man, Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it be?
Yes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Turn off all the computers. This is important. We can't waste any energy. No, I will not be tempted by your new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How about we grab all the endings we can get in the mind control thing now?
Yet there was not a single person
Yes,
there
yes.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Silence,
upstairs to
narrator.
his
I'm too
boss's
fast for you.
office.
Stanley the Speedster.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Yes, I'm too
That kind of
quick for you.
anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
No! I'm defeated. He has defeated me. This is one stable couch, by the way.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I will not be calm. I'm the quickest Stanley there is. Quickest Stanley this side of the Mississippi.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yes, I will do exactly what you tell me to. As quickly as possible, though.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Stanley Parable any
What
percent
horrible
speedrun.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
The strength? No. The speed? Yes.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yes, you're very deep. Elevator, come down here.
Control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
There it is.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I can't even
Had he
comprehend
truly
something like
spent
that.
his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Yeah, I did what you're gonna do about it.
Enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story,
I'm not going to do that.
You're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
You
In the
hack!
event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Oh my god, the
Your
door is
time
open.
to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Screw you!
This is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
This
More
isn't
time
doing
to
anything.
Talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know.
Oh my
where
god,
to
it's
start.
Brimstone.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around...
Oh my god, is that
will be
Gmail?
even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that
Wow.
you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yeah, that's not
Just assumed when
unusual.
You saw that timer, that something in this room was capable of turning it off. I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved?
No.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Yes.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Ah,
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
damn
action,
you!
just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
How about neither?
Choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say
Goodbye!
"Never up."
There we go. We have perished. Nuclear failsafe detonated our faces off.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Check for input.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office,
Yeah.
but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
You can't tell me what advances the story and what not. I decide that. I decide touching this door will make the story advance. There we go, the story has been advanced. I reject you, new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, sir.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Thank you for not wasting my time. I appreciate it, I really do. I'm gonna suck you off later though, not right now.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Nope.
Mind Control Facility.
We already done that.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Sounds like a fun time. Let's do that. I want
The
to
door
do that.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Why would I do that when I can
At this
beat my
point, Stanley was
violent
making a
death?
conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes. Ah yes. Into the meat grinder we go. Welcome to the Citadel in
As the
City
machine
17.
whirled into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
That's rude,
So
don't
he
do that.
resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Yes. Do it! Do it! I said do it.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Yes, do it. Aww, you've robbed me of my death.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Museum!
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Chat, pull out your pipes. It's time to admire some art. Yes, quite. Yes. Verily. Ho ho ho. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. There's Stanley's little office, and then there's the big one, and then we go here, and then there's the other big one. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. Yes, and here are the 2 doors. The 2 doors. The set of the 2 doors was the very first concrete piece in the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Yes, these are some very fine filing cabinets, verily, ho ho ho, impetuously. Office computers. Yes. Turn all these off though, don't waste electricity. The office. Yes, quite. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. This one's my favorite. Chad, which one is your favorite? Credits. I'm not reading all that. Sorry that happened to you, though. The Office. Plant has been achieved. Plant Gaming. Maintenance Room. An early version of the Maintenance Room. I think there's some textures missing, but I'm no expert, so... Yes, a cubicle. Oh, yes. Look at this printer machine. Fun. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Well, I do think you should make fun of shooters, though. Alien Base, awesome. Yes. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement in the game's delay. Yes, I know, I've seen the trailers. If you haven't seen the trailers for the Ultra Deluxe edition, I recommend you check them out. They're incredibly entertaining. And the delay announcements. From Montgomery Jones, subjects to lights. What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Montgomery Jones. Well, Montgomery Jones, they make light. I'm not reading all that, sorry. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Neat! There's a skeleton inside you. Damn. I know that the demo is pretty different, yes. The Office. But Ultra Deluxe is also different from a non-Ultra Deluxe version, so... The Lounge, an early version of the Lounge. Oh my god. It's ruined! This is a poor lounge. It doesn't even have an amazing carpet. I give this lounge 0 out of 10. Good thing they redesigned it. The apartment timer. In the previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Alright then. The cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Yeah, this doesn't look like something where cargo is stored. This looks like something where you would keep a giant regenerating lizard. Cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version and won out. One option. 1 doorway to maintenance in the lounge. 2 options. 2 doors to maintenance. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. 1 option. 1 doorway to the maintenance in the lounge and the original back on track option. Vent. What about this? That is a nice vent. But why though? Meeting room. Yes, this is a quite interesting projector over here. Yes. Zending model. Oh wait, we haven't no. Escape menu. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized that this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Yeah, I can imagine. No. Not engaging with the Zending stuff yet. We aren't there yet. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Neat! Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in the beta. Yes, that sure is an oil painting. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when player found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and we placed the 2 endings together instead. An early version of the countdown. Alright. I kind of like this more than the version that's actually in the game, if I'm being totally honest. Like, this looks more like something where you would, I don't know, do evil shenanigans than the other one. This looks like an actual control room. Alright, let's get out of here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Well, let's flip the lever, Gronk.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Hell yeah, we're gonna get crushed to death now.
You can stop the program before they both fail.
No.
Push escape and press quit.
No.
There's no other way to beat this game.
L plus ratio plus I don't care.
Walking someone else's path. Stop now.
Please crush me, mommy.
Choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let
Do it.
choose for you.
Do it, do it! Yes. Death has been achieved. Death speedrun any percent.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Who knows
Stanley
anymore?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know what? Chat, should I grab the secret ending that you can get right here? I say ending. Easter egg.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Come on. Yeah, come on. Let me up. Yeah. There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
You're welcome for the flashbang.
It's insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I'll give it a white out of
just
10.
to drink it all in. Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Yes.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Probably not.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer?
Ooh,
How
what
long
if?
will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones.
I sure feel
Now, if
lucky
the
right
other
now,
option is really
listening to
miserable
this
listen
drone
to,
on.
then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Aw.
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Alright, chat, which one? Do we come back and try the other option? Do we continue with the game? Or do we just sit here until the heat death of the universe? Alright, the heat death one wasn't serious, so Davkey, I'm gonna need you to demod yourself for making such a stupid decision.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
He will never see weather. Oh, it is raining. You can hear it. Neat. But it's not raining anymore.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
Such
into the
insightful
nature
and
of
witty
video game
commentary on
structure
the
and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Yep,
So,
it sure is all
now
that.
you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yes.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Let's do that.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag?
Oh,
yet?
absolutely. This gag sucks ass.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible.
Oh,
and
please
see how
do.
long you can maintain.
This is supposed to be miserable? This is amazing.
There once was a man named Stanley who people considered so manly.
I love this.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Is this miserable for you,
Did it all
chat?
day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Yes.
You too will become quite unbearable.
I'm already unbearable, it's fine. Keep strumming your, I guess, guitar. Yes. I must say though, I agree with the narrator. Stanley is just a horrible human being. I give him a 0 out of 10 on the human scale. Right, I have the feeling that nothing will happen here anymore besides this amazing guitar. So, chat, do you want to keep listening to this guitar, or should we get on with it? Alright. I know you can't appreciate art. Oh, something is happening. Right, I think that's it now. Alright, no more guitar. Alright, this whole sucks now. Without the guitar, it doesn't have any artistic merit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, there's one more ending as far as I can remember. That's up in the boss's office. So let's grab it. No new content, I reject you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I just did it, you're slow.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase,
Yes.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. God damn it. Nah. Alright. We fucked it. We fucked it up. Oh well. You have to be kind of precise with
All
that.
of his co-workers
So-
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
But
decided
basically
to go
what
to
we
the
need to
meeting
do
room.
now
Perhaps
is
he had simply missed a memo.
enter the office and then back out again. So the door closes behind us.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, I am spoiling.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, I'm doing it. No. Yeah. God damn it.
All of his co-workers were
Ba
gone.
ba.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We will get this. We will get this done.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
I will
the
not
door
rest
on his left.
until it has been achieved.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Yes, what a surprise.
Feeling
I'm so
a wave of
surprised.
disbelief,
Wow, nobody
Stanley
there.
decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No! No! Yeah! God damn it. Executive bathroom. Time. That sure is time. I give that magazine a time out of 10. Oh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Hashtag
When Stanley
relatable.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Come on. This time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You stupid pillar. Input. Oh well, let's try a different ending for now. We can try that again later.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone.
Ooh, input.
Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
How about we get the we go to
When
the
Stanley
cargo
came
elevator
to a
again.
set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. and
Yes,
Stanley knew
yes.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Yep,
it.
give that carpet another good sniff.
Stanley felt lightheaded, in his stomach. Giddy in a way he had, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Always be giving your carpets a good sniffing.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
No, I know exactly what kind
I'm
of foot
not your
we're on.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your
It's the
trust
middle
in
one, by
someone
the way,
else
the
can
middle
be
foot.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really?
Yes,
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Absolutely.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
danger. Danger everywhere. Alright, chat, you heard the sign? You now have to become shut-ins and fear the world. You have to develop every phobia on the earth. No buckets past this point. My god.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Do we go through the red door or do we go through the blue door? Blue it is then.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
No.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Yes, blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, I see what you're putting down. However, have you considered blue door?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
Amazing.
Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it
Wall.
worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do
Absolutely.
not think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Sure.
Skill tree?
Absolutely.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Ceiling light,
Go
office
ahead,
space.
Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Don't mind if I do.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'm feeling a strong 3.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes?
I don't think so, no.
Wonderful.
Why would I do critical thinking when I can let other people think for me? That sounds way more entertaining.
Candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
My god. A thing. Hell yeah, it's a leaderboard. Come on, button off the leaderboard, please. Yes, come on. Yes! Yes! Finally. Worst human being achieved. Friend list is empty. Oh, I'm sad now.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I am feeling a strong 3.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Ooh.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Yes, please.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right.
No.
And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Don't care, didn't ask.
World will really take notice.
I don't
But
think
of course,
so.
the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Just so you know, chat, we are not getting this ending. You can suck me if you have a problem with that. Let the baby burn! Burn, baby! Shut up!
Heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I do it because I love
Well,
plants.
I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
I feel a strong 3 about that.
What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
The end sure is never.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I know, I feel a strong bit of
It
fire
seems
watching.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic...
Let me drink the bleach, please.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh my god, you're gonna let me run wild? Alright, time to find some strangers to spy on. Is that propane and propane accessories?
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Yes, yes, let me run wild.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Yes, sounds absolutely awful.
Woods now, Stanley. Okay.
Well, we're
I'm going to
technically
get
still
out
in
of
the
here.
woods.
Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
I see a hole in the walls.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Let me through! This looks familiar.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big
I
box for you to run
can't
around
quite
in.
put my
There is
fingers
any
on it, what it
possibility
might
that you
be
could get
though.
lost here. Now this is game design.
I wonder what this
If you
game
manage
might
to get
be.
lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god. Now we're ballin'. Now we're ballin'. Also, thank you for upping my movement speed. We're ballin' now!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley,
Yes.
I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
I mean, that's
I'm going
just
to try it
science.
out. Here comes another ball.
Are we gonna
Yes.
have...
Oh,
my
goodness, that
goodness.
really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh, I love balls. Oh, yes. Oh. Ball heaven. Oh, hey, Nessa. That's my sister.
Enjoying this, Stanley?
Sub-sister.
Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
Aw.
Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules.
No!
I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows?
But-
You're an inventive kid. You'll come
but-
up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
But how am I supposed to
care,
ball? How am I supposed to ball without the ball? Oh. Well, there's only one option left. Suicide.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Well, the only option left.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
I think we're winning now. Oh, now we're really in the back rooms. Heater. Yes. Quite. Very creepy. He is. There's a light on. There's a monitor. My God. My God. Such low quality textures. Damn. That's almost painful. Oh, there we go.
I wonder what he found.
Heaven.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Very #relatable. Alright, you guys want to keep trying the
All of his what could it mean?
office ending
Stanley
that we're
decided
missing,
to go to the
or
meeting room. Perhaps
do
he had
we
simply missed
wanna
the memo. No matter
do the
how
red
hard
door
Stanley
ending
looked,
now?
He couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright. Then let's grab the red door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic.
Oh,
Like a
yes.
combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room.
Yes.
It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
Oh, no.
This made him smile.
Oh, yes.
At last, proof that he was human.
Yes.
But eager to get back to business,
I do
Stanley
that
took
as
the
well.
first open door on his
Just
left.
randomly start bleeding to ensure I'm still human.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
Hardcore parkour!
all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
Don't care, L
consideration
plus
for
ratio,
others?
plus
Are
you're
you
ugly.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Open up the red door.
Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Open it.
Give me a chance.
Open it.
Now listen carefully.
But
this
the
is
blue door
important.
do be
Stanley
attractive though.
walked through the red door.
Yes.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
I don't know about that
The
one.
problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Alright.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
I already have stopped. You stop. Let's enter the creepy dankness.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Oh my God, we can't have
I
that.
actually feel happy.
We can't have that.
Wait, where are you going? Oh no, stay away from those stairs. If you
No.
hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset.
Yes.
We'll lose all of this.
You can't stop me!
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
No.
No!
Ow.
Oh, thank God. You let... No. No, what are you doing?
My legs
Stanley?
may be broken, but I
Please, I'm
will
asking
kill
you not to
myself.
Take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
You can't stop me!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No, can do, Chief.
Is this really how much you dislike my game?
Yes.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Correct. Geronimo! Ah,
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know.
I like my legs to be
I
broken.
just wanted us to
That's
get
why I'm
along.
doing this.
But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I think I lost one of my kneecaps jumping down there. Let's see if I can't get rid of the other one.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Kneecaps loss achieved.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Well, that sounds like a broom closet to me. Hey, Stanley, what you doing over there? That was Stanley, by the way.
When Stanley
He's a nice
came to a
person.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's try getting the ending that we're missing in the boss's office.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
That is true. Stanley is
walked
nicer than
upstairs
Stanley.
to his boss's office.
Right, come on! No. Come on. Ah! Did it. Hell yeah. No! Can't interact with this door. L.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work.
Alright, now this is the wrong one.
Hard for that.
We already got this ending. Do we need to do all the inputs first? I think we need to do all the inputs first.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, we're missing one more input if I remember correctly. So we need to find that. We could also engage with the
Stanley
new
came to a set of two
content.
open
That's
doors.
also
This was
possible.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire.
Chad, if you see an input, please tell me.
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No. Where that last input at?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Well, let's check
to
in the
his
boss's office for the last input. Yes, toilet. Toilet gaming. Is it in the timer room? It might be. It's not there. There's no
Here's the
computer
door.
here.
Let's go.
Then let's check in the timer room for that last input. Do we have every
Stanley
ending then?
walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Besides the
Mind
one we're
Control
missing right now and we're trying to get? Because I'm not quite sure. I think we might have gotten everything.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
And I'm not counting the baby game ending, by the way. We're not doing that one.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Hell yeah. I too hate freedom.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
I don't know
Was
if...
it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Problem with the cheat engine ending is I'm not entirely sure if it's
labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking,
possible
eating,
in the
all of it monitored
Ultra
and
Deluxe
commanded
edition.
from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Alright, let's turn on the mind
He
control
would
facility.
dismantle the controls once and for all.
And let's turn on the mind control facility and see if the input PC isn't here.
Oh, Stanley.
Yes, I
You didn't
did.
just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Control?
But I want this last input actually.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network.
Oh no, what a shock. I am shocked.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little
Alright,
more
then
fun,
it's in
Stanley.
Stanley's office. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Input. Ah yes, alright, it was the heaven ending, I forgot. This has nothing to do with the ending we're missing. But this is an ending where we have been missing, so... So, heaven. Heaven achieved. I wouldn't know, because I don't know what you're referencing right now. Anyway, button heaven. Yay. Right, anyway. I don't know why
All of his
the
co-workers were gone.
ending
What could it mean?
in
Stanley
the
decided
boss's
to go to
office
the meeting
didn't
room.
trigger.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It should have. Hello, new content. We're going to be engaging with you very soon.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There we go. No. No. This door should be open. I don't know why it isn't. It might be. I don't quite... I know you have to get out before door in the boss's office closes, but I wasn't entirely sure if it's that one or maybe it is the one in the boss's office. Let's see. Hello, new content. Certainly no content drought here.
Came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Hardcore gaming over here.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes. Alright. Let's see. Alright, maybe... Yeah, are you done?
Here's the door, just go. Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
No, narrator, I'm not gonna hide out in the broom closet this time. We already done that.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, speedrunning. Yes. No. Come on. Come on.
Here's the door.
Ha! Aha! There we go. Yes, I am aware. There we go. Alright, now we can get the ending we're missing. Now we gotta go all the way back where we came from. Kind of feels weird going this way. You know? There's something uncanny about this. That's where they keep the Slender Man, up there. Now this door is open, which wasn't open previously. And in we go. You are now leaving. Yes. Oh, goddamn, the elevator is broken. Escape pod bay, floor 716. We are 6 floors below that. So let's get up there. Stupid red doors being closed. Why would you even do that? Always keep your red doors open. In case a guy named Stanley wants to go through. Almost there. Only a little bit. Just these last few steps. Escape pod launch bay. Time to get out of here. I can't see anything. There we go. Goodbye. Alright. That's the last ending we're missing.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Right.
What could it mean?
Chat.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
New
he simply missed
content?
the memo.
Or do we want to get the narrator so pissed off he nails the broom closet shut? Alright, that seems pretty unanimous right there. Hello, new content. Not yet. Soon.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided, oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room.
You know exactly
Please.
what I enjoy doing in here.
Chat, do you know what I enjoy doing in here? I hope you know what I enjoy doing in here. No. What are you thinking about? That's TOS. I enjoy sitting in this corner. What's wrong with you? Damn. Maybe I should purge chat for some time. It's full of degenerates. Alright, I think we're done here now. Alright, let's do a restart and see if he has nailed it shut, and then we're gonna do the new content.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, I love left-leaning doors.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
There we go.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
No more broom
hoping
closet
he
for
might
us. Alright, new content time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is the best door. I'm not gonna elaborate on why. Because you know. New content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
It means new content. What do you think it means? Ooh, we're gonna go on a ride. Da 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 da.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh my god, is that what we're playing?
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining
Hell
of
yeah.
consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable to
More?
audiences the world over.
I love more.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
My
Well,
god.
this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Don't mind if I do.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Is this gonna move or?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, there we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
New content!
I've been more ready. Let's do it.
Give me that content!
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yes! Oh, hell yeah.
All right, let's see. It's...
Finally.
Jump circle?
Jump technology has been achieved. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Alright, I'm over it now. Alright, wasn't that exciting content? Alright, we're done with the new content now, by the way. That's it. There's nothing more.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Nope, no, that's it.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for
Hey, don't knock
exciting
the jumping,
new content?
please.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary.
Oh,
There's
doesn't
30
that sound
hours of new
exciting?
content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content.
Hell yeah.
And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Sounds like
Yes.
Ubisoft behavior.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Nice.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This
I
is what
already
happens
told you,
when
dude.
greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally.
Well, don't. Twitter's a shithole right now.
It's my
No.
fault, Stanley.
Even more than
Too
usual,
much
actually.
anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
I mean,
No
sure.
frills, no gimmicks.
Just content.
Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I mean, I guess that's one way to describe this relationship. Not the one I would use, but... Also, nice, Basher, that you have finally achieved green. How long did it take you to achieve green technology? This looks a bit different. Yes. I feel there's something not quite right here. But I can't quite put my fingers on it.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
No.
I want to show you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Alright, don't insult me. I'm gonna come beat you up now.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
I'm gonna beat you up now. Where are you? Ah!
Okay,
Where you at?
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out
I
to
thought
be?
the
Well, it
jumping
got
was
me
very
thinking about
satisfying,
the
actually.
past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
My god. It's beautiful. Also, I'm just gonna mention, in case you didn't pay attention earlier, there was 9 years between this new content and the old content. So just keep that in mind.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Look at that
Remember back in October
Russian
2013,
Steam.
when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh. I think this might not actually be for the Stanley Parable. This BAFTA. But I don't quite know why. I mean, it says Stanley Parable right there, but something tells me this might be related to The Last of Us, but I don't know why. It's just a feeling, a sneaking suspicion. Oh, I love me a postcard. I remember. Yeah, 2013. Stanley Parable by the narrator. That's not the actual time, though. You're lying to me. The original remake. Good times. It's the first $1. Is there a crab running around here? Because if so, I think it's hunting season. Trip down memory lane. The Stanley Parable. Bits of music. Smile because it happened. I'm frowning right now. I'm frowning so hard. Stanley Parable demonstration. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Unachieved. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Unachieved. Nominee, Stanley Parable. Nominee, Stanley Parable. These are all literally just the same nomination. New video game releasing today. The New York Times. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. God damn it. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh my god, it's the memory shed. No! Why do you have these benches here? You... Loving memory, little Stanley.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "We're so
That's a pretty good video game reviewer. Please do follow them.
End up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That sounds really engaging. I want 10,000 hours of elevator content. Hell yeah. Elevator sexual. Ooh, what's down here? Memory zone maintenance. Oh, I can't go in. What's this? Knowing your city. Before you can possibly know where to begin your new street vending operation, you first have to get to know your city. I'll use Georgetown as an example in this book, but in order to really get the knowledge, it's best to go explore. Keep that in mind in case you want to go street vending. That is how the game menu looked. Person of the Year, Stanley. Oh hey look, it's Marissa. Red door. Let me up.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Well, that's a
It
9,
didn't
not a
need anything
10.
else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh my god, it's the serious room from the cheating ending. That's where you go when you do the cheating ending. Well, I guess we're gonna go this way now.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Maintenance.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Oh god, it's the Steam reviews.
Oh no.
Oh god.
No. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, an
Ah.
online video game distributor.
Ah.
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. These reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh god. Oh, I can feel the neck beardery. Oh. Oh no.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Wow, that
It's a
almost
serious
crushed
work of
me.
art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh my god, the neck beardery. Oh. Oh, I can feel it oozing. Oh. Oh.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
You are.
Like I let these people down.
You did.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button?
Oof.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Let me drown myself, please.
What if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record? Only positive reviews of the
Oh my god, it's Cthulhu!
today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Hell yeah, whoring yourself out. Amazing.
And here it is.
Sell
Go
out
ahead and give it a
narrator.
shot. I'll pop you forward in time.
Shut
so
up.
that- Oh, you're back, you see? You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of
Shut up.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means. Well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's
Oh,
completely
it is gone.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those
Well,
walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley.
only
There's
one
no
thing left to
door.
do.
There's just you and the... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh goddamn, the
You're
plant has
back.
died!
Oh,
No!
goodness, I have someone to talk to again.
When haven't you been watering the
Stanley,
plant?
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Welcome back, Timekeeper. We're doing the new content now.
There is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur.
Yes, skip button. Is he shut up now? I think we killed him. I think he's dead. Oh well. Keep skipping forward. Could you shut up? There's no smoke here. Oh god, that is annoying, isn't it? Oh well.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point.
Oh god,
It was
he's
meant
still
to
alive.
speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he
Goodbye.
didn't...
You better give that door back. I don't want to spend all eternity in this room. Well, plant's dead, clock's gone, fire alarm's dead. Continue onwards.
The end is never the end, is never
Oh,
the
he's
end,
finally
is
lost
never
it.
the
Okay.
End is never the end, is never the end, is never the
Yep.
end, is never the end, is never the
Yep.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Alright, shut up. Oh, it's leaking. You built this room shoddily, narrator. Shame on you. Oh well. Something has to happen eventually. There we go. I think civilization has collapsed. Oh well. What, can you not return the door? I'm guessing humanity has died out now. So I guess let's skip forward until the room deteriorates, huh? What's the worst that can happen? Oh, hey, nature. Hello, nature. Well, that seems like a problem. Guess we're just gonna have to keep going forwards then. Oh, nature has died out. Alright, no more nature. Nature doesn't exist anymore, it's gone. Hello? Yes? Yes, you're very cool. I appreciate it. However, I've got other things to do than listen to you screaming. What did you find, huh? Oh, hey, the room is finally open. I think things might have changed a little bit. Oh well. Let's go on a desert adventure in our office clothes. Alright. No, Stanley is frozen. The office clothes are still there. Alright then. We're back now.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
New content? Hot diggity, don't mind if I do.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright, and what is that? New content. Give me the new content. I want the new content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Hell yeah. Now we're cooking with numbers.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
What does this say?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally
My God, it's a
spring
bus.
up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Hell yeah.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Ooh, how about the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? Let's see if the button gets it right, huh?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
We will see.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I
Hello,
want
my
you to
name is
imagine
Jim.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Chat, have you embraced being Jim? Are you one with the Jimness? Is your name now Jim? Well, then I can't help you.
see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Yes, most definitely. I am also very drained. Being Jim is very exhausting.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh my god, it's a merch store. No, I can't get to the merch. Damn, no merch for us. Please, no screenshots. Chat, you heard the sign. No screenshotting, please.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Chat, which one? That was very helpful. Alright, I'm gonna close my eyes and pick one at random.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Alright then.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh my god, the jump circle is back.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Hell yeah. Free new easy achievement? Hell yeah. I do love me some free and easy achievements. Wow,
Now,
this looks
here's
like a
something
drug deal
special.
area.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Damn. No achievement for us, I guess. Just pain. Pain at not having achieved this achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Collect them all.
Ah,
It's majestic.
collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Oh.
And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yay!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Where haven't we been? Settings World Champion. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office Decorations. Epilogue Collectibles. Infinite Hole. Right. We need to do some more exploring. Infinite Hole? How about we jump down an infinite hole, huh? Or at least appreciate it. They're good little gamers. Yes. Yes, I can see that. Yes. Yeah. Alright. Oh. Oh my. Yes. Fascinating.
Stanley, here's
There
an
it
idea
is.
that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright. Let's fall.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
But why would I do that?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
But why
You
though?
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Isn't this hole supposed to be near infinite?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
You're a liar.
A very, very deep hole. To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the
Oh, hey, Ground.
is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Nice.
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar
New
and
mug.
cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I
Meeting
think
at
the
2
issue
p.m.
here is
Sincerely,
just that
management.
You're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Me?
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
No, I didn't
We
say
just put
anything.
all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite.
No.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Well, let's explore the sequels idea a little bit more. Besides the infinite hole, that isn't actually infinite. Alright. What's up here? Settings World Championship. Oh. Okay. No World Championship for us, I guess. That's new, is it though? Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Ooh.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Alright. I think there's only one thing missing now. Yes. It's time. For the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket.
I mean, like, you gotta spend the budget somehow, you know?
Try.
Bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
This is a very nice bucket. Alright, let's go on an adventure, bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Well, I guess it's exit time? Yes. Yes, it is exit time now.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now?
Ooh, briefcase. Chat, no screenshots, please.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god. Amazing. 10 out of 10.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Even better. 11 out of 10.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
My
With
god,
respect,
genius
with
idea.
care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Nice. Amazing. 10 out of 10. No, you know what? 100 out of 10 for this title screen. Mwah. Magnifico. Amazing. Round of applause, please. Yes. But we're not done with the new content yet.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
Hey, look, it's the balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
Almost, it's like
was
a,
happy.
it's almost like it's a video game, you know?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
The second
Something he
time.
would never quite forget.
The second time.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour.
The second
when
time.
he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Damn
No
shocking.
one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
No.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
This chair
And
doesn't
here
have
I
any
can be
collision
happy
on it.
Forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that
Yes.
if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Chair collision.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Maybe the chair
Soon,
collision will come.
Very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
There we go. Got another ending we missed earlier.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's our very best friend. The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Alright, so basically this is the new content now. We can now do all the previous most of the previous endings. But with the bucket in hand. My god, this office isn't the same as it was.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How about we just follow his commands for now?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Broom
Perhaps
closet.
His boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Yes.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No!
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
My
It's as clear
bucket.
as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom
Screw
closet
you,
is
broom
trying to
closet.
say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
I would never.
Getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has
Shame
sunk
on you,
that
broom
it has to
closet.
resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same
Oh my
sort
God.
of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Wow.
Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
This broom
Really
closet
tell
is a
the
piece of
broom
shit.
closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I cannot believe this broom closet would do this. This is just awful behavior.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
Alright,
Take
bye,
our
Basher.
broom closet with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Well, this is my bucket, and you can't have it, broom closet. Screw you.
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Oh, nice.
See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
There sure is. I could never tell that this was a bucket if not for the sticker.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Alright, I think we're done here. Stupid broom closet insulting the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Executive bathroom. Hello? Hello? Collectible!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Very
I won't
nice.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I sure will. I mean, that is just amazing. I feel satisfied.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
This is one very
Crushed
tall
by
room.
the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
You keep me grounded, bucket.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Thank you, Bucket Senpai.
And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh my goodness, how
Nor
long
in
has that
his
been
bliss
here?
of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Thank you, Bucket, for your majesty.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
I think so.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Absolutely, I must agree with you. I mean, it is the bucket. Hello, Collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I give that like a 2 out of 10. In terms of naming scheme.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Alright, chat. I've got to pee. I'm gonna be right back. Chat, I have returned. We can now continue the amazing story of the bucket and his companion Stanley, who isn't as important.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I'll do it for the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You will keep me safe, won't you, Bucket? Please, I beg you, keep me safe from whatever terror is in this room.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Oh God,
Stanley
no.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
How could you do this? You nearly made the bucket cry.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had
No.
the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I love you, Bucket. Please give me a kiss.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
I believe it.
The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
And everybody laughed. Bucket, are we still alive?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
I wouldn't know. I just followed the Bucket's commands.
Yes, they had done it.
Nice.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
Get
The
married,
bucket
please.
wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted
Ambitious
to begin watching
goals.
a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
How romantic. Oh. Hello?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be free?
No!
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to be.
No!
Even the
My
facility
God.
itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
This is horrifying.
No.
This is incredibly
Stanley
scary.
can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
My God. Bucket? Bucket, please don't leave me. Also, I just remembered, there's one ending we've missed earlier.
How wonderful. Stanley was...
And we're gonna get it now. And we...
Finally, This is great.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
I got what I wanted.
And we're not gonna pick up the bucket because the bucket would give us a different ending, and we're gonna do it with the bucket,
When Stanley came
but not
to a
yet.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
We're gonna do it bucketless first. Yes, I know it's absolutely terrifying going around here without the bucket. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. There will be a reward for finding them all. But we know, small floating object, alright, I don't care.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Basically, we need to go back to the mind control facility.
Here's the door, just go.
There we go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now there is a way, I don't know if it's here or if it's
The lights rose
next
on an
one.
enormous room
Aha,
packed
it
with
is here.
television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
There we go.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the... Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates.
Absolutely.
Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Yes.
Always more content, more content, more.
More.
And I'm here to give it to you.
More.
I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track...
You can't listen to
Good
this
job,
music,
you made it to
Chad.
the bottom of the mind control facility. Well done.
Turn your ears off.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1.
You better not be listening to this, Chad.
To the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything.
Hell yeah, fuck railings.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good
We did it,
job,
Chad.
you
We did it. Hell yeah. Right, that was the one ending we missed. That's new with Ultra Deluxe Edition.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms,
Bucket!
and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Bucket Gaming.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Detective mode activated. Detective mode deactivated.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket...
You
walked
better not have
downstairs
listened to
the
that
boss's
music, Chad.
office.
You can only listen to that music if you make it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
bucket magic?
Him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, time to get another ending with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Right, do we want to jump off or do we want to turn this off?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yep, I guess we're gonna jump off then. Woo!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
Why would Stanley learn how
he
to
fell
walk?
directly onto the bucket, which safely
Oh, thank you.
fall.
Thank you, Bucket. I hope I didn't hurt you.
What to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
Sounds like a good plan.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh, neat.
It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of
cozy
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
Yeah, it's very cozy here.
After some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the home slowly
Stanley, don't do it! No!
Became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
No, Stanley!
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this.
Stanley,
the
no.
bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true
Stanley!
ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
So that was the bottom of the mind control facility with the bucket ending.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Just
What could it mean?
flows off the tongue,
Stanley
I know.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the confusion
Also,
and the chaos all seemed
there's
to
something
melt
we
away
need to do
as
with the
Stanley
bucket.
embraced the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
There we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
Bucket?
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone.
Bucket?
Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating
Bucket?
the land and lives of untold numbers of
Oh my
innocent
god,
humans,
Bucket, what
and
the
of
hell?
its own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man.
What the hell,
to
Bucket?
manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the Bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
Bucket,
"What
my
are you
God.
talking about?" he screamed. "You're a bucket!" To this, the Bucket furrowed its brow. "No," said the Bucket. "Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults.
Bucket?
I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of..." "No!" Stanley screamed even louder this time. "This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why
Stanley, calm down.
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the Bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh my God, Stanley, don't kill the Bucket!
My God.
Stanley!
You did it. You saved us from the Bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the Bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this Bucket, nor the dark magic cast away.
Bucket! They killed my only friend. I hate you, Stanley, a narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket,
Warmth
you would never betray me.
Stanley's arms. With the Bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the Bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You would never betray me, Bucket. You're no evil. You're majestic. So this is basically where the looks like 427. This is where all the Stanleyyyys are. If you can guess where they are, then good for you. I already know where all of them are.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the Bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover...
Let's get this over with. Thank you for giving me the knowledge of the combination, Bucket.
Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the Bucket knew all along? Was the Bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Right, let's get down there. Escape ending or turn off ending? Turn on ending, I mean. Which one, chat?
Stanley and the Bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright. Good night, sister.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the Bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yes, yes.
The monitors jumped to life. And
Yes,
Stanley
I'm very
nearly dropped the
shocked.
Bucket in shock.
Surprise, surprise,
Everyone
shock,
in the office
surprise.
was being videotaped.
Terror, surprise,
monitored
shock.
like guinea pigs. The Bucket had never seen anything like this.
Oh
and
no,
very
Bucket,
nearly
please don't
burst
cry.
into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
And And up we go.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No!
Stanley got hit with a feeble mind as well.
Accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
Yes, how could that even be possible?
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Thank you, Bucket, for being a good friend and never betraying me.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
Turn
At
on.
the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button
Bucket!
to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away.
No, don't
in
throw the
disgust,
bucket away.
When suddenly, an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds.
My God.
The control buttons became active again.
Oh my God.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
This is majestic.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom.
Thank you,
because they
Bucket.
spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Wow, live streaming
Of
things?
all the possible
Wow, that sounds
paths
really
his
dumb.
life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
I agree.
And Stanley was happy.
Look at that silly bird.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes, detective mode. Where are they?
Coming to a
And
staircase,
upstairs we
Stanley
go.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
put
once
in the
again
code.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it
Yes,
the
yes.
bucket knew all
We've done
along?
this before.
Was
Let
the
me
bucket
through.
guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Absolutely. The bucket is just a genius. I mean, it showed us all of those silly birds. And
the
time to
bucket walked
escape.
Straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Sounds fun, doesn't it, Bucket? Let's go towards
The
this
door
death.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around.
No, this is
That
suicide
was
pact now.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
This is a suicide pact, narrator. Sorry to hurt your fifis, but this is the only way. Let's go towards our death bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Hey.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is
I
what
chose
Stanley
this.
thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Do it! Aw, not again.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
Oh god,
as
not
it
the
was
bucket.
crushed violently to death.
Why the bucket though?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
I can't help but
It was
agree.
a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiation. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Well, I hope you take whatever is in this exhibit to heart, chat. It's very important that you do.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Look at all of these buckets. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I know, I mean, this is just a photograph and doesn't capture the majesty nearly as much, but I can feel it. I can feel my nervous system shutting down right now just looking at this. So careful, chat. If you have a weak constitution, this might kill you. So be careful. This isn't that great a bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. I guess that is true. I hadn't even considered that. I am a fool. A bucket with 2 handles? My god. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just while attempting it. I mean, I can totally understand. Just look at this blasphemy. This would destroy humanity if this were ever created. A single bucket is already more powerful than all of humanity. A bucket with 2 handles? Unbelievable. The stress bucket, an analogy. Put all of your stupid thinking shenanigans in there, and then you just let it drain out. Presented without commentary. Yes. I already gave too much commentary. I'm sorry about that. My god. It's majestic. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. We should all be thankful for buckets. They are clearly much better than us.
Own a bucket. And certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of our reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. There is no choice but to attempt to get to the bucket. It is the only thing. Not attempting it would be a sin, so we shall attempt it. See, the bucket wanted us to have it.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the
I agree.
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together.
Yes.
The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader,
Yes.
as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Yes! Die, Stanley! Has he been killed? Oh, I think he's still alive. God damn it.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door...
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes. You will never leave me, will you, Bucket? You're the best friend a human can have.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs.
Do we want to do the escape pod ending right now, Chad? Or do we want to go downstairs instead? Alright. Also, Stanleyyyy.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanleyyyyy and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen?
Chad, what do you think? Which name is better?
I'm sure it will come to me.
Stanleyyyyy or Figlies? One in chat for Stanleyyyyy, two for Figlies.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
no, you have the bucket, you can't be crazy.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Yes, you see?
Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh my god.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Ew, ew, ew.
Surely no good would come from this.
Ew.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the
This is really
psychological
bad, actually.
presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were
Oh god, no.
And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Bucket?
Stanley!
Bucket!
It's me, the bucket. Could it truly be?
Bucket, where are you?
Forward from room
No,
to
these are
room,
all trash
followed by
buckets.
One bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had
Bucket!
to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him.
My god.
was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in
Oh my
agony
god.
and blacked.
Oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Hey, Mariella. Do you have your bucket with you? It's very important.
Woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Oh, she has her bucket, thank
But on
God.
this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be.
Absolutely, I agree, Mariella.
She hugged her own bucket even
This is just sad.
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Hell yeah. See, that's what a bucket can do for you. If you don't have a bucket, you're a loser like Stanley who just drops dead. If you do have a bucket, you could go backflip your way to work. Don't be a loser like Stanley. Come with me, bucket, please.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley.
Well, where are we going today, chat?
And entered the door on his left.
Escape pod ending or left door? Alright, escaping time. Pottery. Two missing. Wherever could they be?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, let's see if we can get this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Ah, goddammit. Alright. Well, time to try again. Hello,
All of his
office.
co-workers were gone. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I love you, bucket. If society wasn't so bigoted against you, I would marry you on the spot, bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
And I hope you would do that as well, chat.
Stepping in.
There we go. Pro gaming strats right here. Let's return with the bucket. And get to the escape pod. Let's flee. Let's get out of this hole. Oh. Hello, new content. There's no new content here. You're lying, neon sign. You're a liar. Alright, time to get out of here. Yes, we are now leaving. Come on, bucket. Let's get you to safety. Walking up these stairs. Yes, engaging gameplay right here. At least the bucket keeps us nice and comfy. Prevents us from dying of panic. One more floor. Alright, come on. Yes, there it is. Escape pod launch bay. Time to escape. I can't see shit. Where's the escape pod? There it is. Alright. Hello, escape pod. Goodbye, Bucket. This needs to happen, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. I'll always love you, Bucket. This is so sad. You must go now, Bucket. Be free. Escape this hellhole. Goodbye, Bucket. I'll always love you. The bucket is safe. It managed to escape.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like?
Look.
There was a computer, perhaps. And a
The
painting.
bucket escaped.
Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
It's safe now. It will never be harmed again. However, because we do not have the bucket, we don't have anything to live for.
The correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
No, the carpet is amazing. Shut up. It's not okay, it's amazing.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There's one of the Stanleyyyyys, and you get it by doing this.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect
That's
the
a
first
terrible
one,
name.
And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be
Hell
it.
yeah.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Alright. One more. Hello.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the
Oh my
office had begun.
goodness.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the.
Well then.
You didn't think I was actually just a recorder.
Aww.
What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling.
Absolutely.
It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I know. Anyway, that's a new ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Oh, the bucket
Perhaps
is
he had
back.
Simply missed a memo.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Oh, the bucket escaped. It's living its own life right now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
I mean, it is. Have you seen that carpet?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Absolutely.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yes. Look at this amazing carpentry. So nice. So fancy. Anyway, let's get on with it.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket is never wrong.
Stanley
Shut up.
took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No. The bucket is telling me to go down here. And I will only listen to the bucket, not you, narrator.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Hello.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around in.
No, shut up.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable.
Shut
it's
up.
The sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Shut up.
Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time.
No, shut up.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
Why would I?
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
But Bucket. Bucket is so much better than stupid Adventure Line registered trademark from the Stanley Parable. Alright.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll
Raw
go
assets.
next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Alright, maybe the Adventure Line isn't so bad.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. I'm not giving up anything.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No!
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
My God.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Oh my God, chat.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
I don't
What
believe
other
it.
object in this game can you even say that
The
about?
bucket has 100
Because
personality
certainly not. I
traits.
wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
No.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
No.
Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans.
No.
Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
No! I will never betray the bucket. Wow. This is art.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, You were magnificent.
Not nearly as magnificent as the bucket, I must say. This is dog shit tier in comparison to the majesty that is the bucket. Stupid bucket destroyer.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Alright, which ending now?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had
telephone, pull the plug,
telling him that the
jump to our death,
simply the place to be.
Go into the vent, or the two doors.
Never mind, the bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Come on, chat, which one? Alright.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Yes,
Stanley
bucket.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I mean, like, why wouldn't you, though? I mean, it's the bucket.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Again, it's the bucket. You have to follow the bucket's commands.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Yes, yes, bucket, I will pick up the phone. You are my lord, bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press R to take me to work with you. Yes, bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
That's a lie. You're lying. Yes, I will take you back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work with the bucket, yes.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
Screw you, you can't talk and think.
Is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Yes, do not listen. Time to go back home with the bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and
I love you,
to.
bucket.
Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Yes, I will follow your command,
It's
bucket.
sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yes, I do believe you're a real bucket. Of
Yes,
course I
suppose
do.
on closer
Why wouldn't
inspection,
I?
That it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Magnificent.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yes.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's
so much more than just a regular bucket.
He's succumbing to the bucket's charms.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket.
Bucket?
No,
Oh.
no, what's going on?
Yes.
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
No,
it would be less
it's my bucket.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the
No.
bucket, Stanley.
My bucket.
Give it
No.
to me now. Give it
No. Stupid narrator tried to steal my bucket. Never steal another man's bucket. It's rude
All of his co-workers
and
were
also
gone.
criminal
What did it
behavior.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Right, Chad, you think about which ending we're gonna get now.
To be correct was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Chad, which one? Which ending? Alright.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes, Mr. Bucket. Yes. I will follow your commands.
Go into this dark room over here.
Yes, I will go into
Stanley
this
once
dark
again
room with you.
obeyed blindly.
No, I'm not gonna obey blindly.
Now pick up the...
No.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Yes, it
Buckets
is.
can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess
L.
up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker?
No, the bucket is real. You can't
Communicating
gaslight
so
me.
difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, that's so convenient.
It's sitting right
Maybe, and now I'll actually become funny. I watch this. Let's hope,
What
Chad.
is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Oh, that last one's
And
very
more
important.
importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
I hope so.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Yes!
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit.
All right,
with one of
very
your
important.
arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Oh, so that's
To
what I've
begin
been
the
doing
joke,
wrong.
Start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13
another
and a
mistake
half,
of mine.
pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, I'm Denny with the funny now.
I'm Danny with the funny. Alright. Are you laughing now, chat?
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
Thank you,
Finally,
Stanley Parable.
it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all,
Chat, you can't stop laughing now, by the way.
front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Yes, the smaller the child, the better the warrior.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Yes. Where did the bucket sticker go? This isn't actually a bucket, is it? My god.
I can feel
Sus
it.
Mogus.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
I believe it.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
No, it's very important that you overthink things with a joke. Otherwise, it won't be funny. Notepad. Yes. Yes. Here are the two doors. Yes.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley
Yes.
and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
But how about the right door, though? I think that would be funnier, actually.
What? We're back at the phone already? Oh, no. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
They weren't funny
There was
enough.
supposed to be a build-up to this point.
Sorry,
It's a
only
matter
comedy
to
is
say
allowed.
Remarkable comedic wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Yeah.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy.
How about you give it to the bucket?
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that.
All right, let's maybe not.
video again.
Let's maybe not watch that again.
Surely that will help me improve my. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
But how about the right door, though? Seems hilarious, this door. Give it like a 10 out of 10 on the comedy scale.
We're back at the phone already? No.
Alright.
Here we go.
Yes. The
When
left
Stanley
door
and
is
the
so
bucket
funny.
Came to a set of two open doors. They entered the door.
Hardy, har.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video?
What
I think this
instructional
was all
video?
Covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on.
Well, you deserve
all
it.
because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself?
Yes, I am very proud of myself. I made you doubt yourself.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Ha 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 ha!
Well, let me try
Ha
that again.
ha 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 ha!
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No,
Ho 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 ho!
it is the delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale...
Ha 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 ha!
Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Hardy har har.
No, we're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly
That
what
would
it is.
definitely
That's
solve your
what will
problem.
make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see. Let's see.
Can never go wrong with more instructional videos.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I think it's time
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
to
chest.
take this
was
bucket
not
to our
the correct way
grave.
to the meeting room.
I think it's
Stanley
time
had
now.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Stupid
to go
door, I
back
don't
to the
care.
meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Sorry,
Go
Bucket, I'm
somewhere
taking you
else.
to my grave.
The cargo-
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Very romantic. 69 out of 10 on the romance scale.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes, I definitely want to go
And
to
here it
the
was.
employee
Had the
lounge
bucket
with its
turned out to be correct?
amazing
Was this
carpet
better than the meeting room?
and
No,
not
never
over
mind.
here.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Sorry,
There's
Bucket,
something
we're
up
going
there
to
I
the
need
2
you to
doors.
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign.
No!
That says no buckets past this point.
Stupid
Stanley,
sign.
How could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Yes, we will find out what the bucket is. Knowing what a bucket is very important right now. Oh, it's a game show. Very
Now then,
neat.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether
Chad, I
or not
hope
the
you
thing
guys
I'm
know what
showing you
bucket
is
is.
a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
That is a difficult one. Yeah, I'm also not sure. I'm gonna go with no.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket. not an actual bucket.
You see, we were correct, Chad. This wasn't a bucket.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Hmm. I think this might be a bucket, Chad. You can just see it on its handle. That's a bucket handle right there. That's how you determine a bucket, by its handle. That's a bucket right there. I'm gonna put my soul on it. Ah, I just lost my soul, I guess.
Printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Damn these 3D printers. Ruining buckets. What has the world come to?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket? Chat, I'm putting my faith in you. Is this a bucket? Yes or no? Alright. I hope you are correct. It is a bucket.
This is a bucket.
Damn! Well, you were correct the first time.
Item 4.
Oh, this is easy.
Is this a bucket?
That is in fact a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
No, that's a
It's
bucket.
An enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Obviously not, that's a tractor.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
It's Schrodinger's bucket. Damn! I didn't expect that. Fuck!
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
Is
and
it,
therefore
though?
Nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Chad, what do you think? Is nothing a bucket? Or we should probably turn this question around. Is a bucket nothing? Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Are you?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
Yes, I do think you
I'm
are a
losing
bucket.
Myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship.
No, you
apart.
just need to realize what is and isn't a bucket.
But I'm going to erase all buckets.
No!
Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yes, because everything is a bucket.
Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
The game is a
Oh, I
bucket.
had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Nah.
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Alright.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Yes, I hope this ending didn't mind break you, chat. But now you know what is and isn't a bucket. The answer is everything is a bucket. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
Oh, okay.
If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Alright, we should keep that in mind for the next time, chat. Come with me, Bucket.
Bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate.
It is vent time, and then we need to grab the last Stanley figurine.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Yes, the bucket is always right.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
And into the vent we go.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Sorry,
Go
Bucket, we're
somewhere
going in the
else.
vent.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Hello?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Audio diary.
Feels real
Very nice.
anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense.
Who are you that you have the magnificent bucket with you?
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
Yes, I know, it's magnificent.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
Appreciate
There's no
it. Do not try to study it.
explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world.
You're going down a
so
dangerous path there,
differently when
boyo.
This bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can
Don't you dare.
monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour
Wow.
with the bucket.
What a greedy cunt.
This is my golden ticket.
Screw you.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Oi! That stupid wizard can go away. Yep. Alright. Very cool. Well.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Alright, time to get the last figurine. And for that we can't take the bucket with us, sadly.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Nope,
admire.
just want that last figurine.
it was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yes, I know, it's amazing.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story is...
Come on,
been
hurry
about
up, you stupid
nothing
cargo
but
lift.
you all this time. What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
Don't
others?
care,
Are
just
you
want that
that
figurine.
convinced that I want something bad to happen?
Collector!
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me...
There it is.
Let me prove that I'm on your... And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Chad, do you feel
This
accomplished?
is doing something just for
I
the
sure
sake of
feel
doing it.
accomplished.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Hell yes.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
No.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause
My
on
God.
things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Absolutely,
Didn't it fill
most
to the
assuredly.
brim with inner richness?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know. We're
Like a
supposed to be
creamy
telling a
donut.
story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Heck
I
yes.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Ah. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Into the memory zone we go to remember the figurines. Ah,
Here's
majestic.
where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Hey, now we have 7 out of 6. Amazing. That's how math works, right?
And here was the second Stanleyyyyy. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Yes, I am amazing, I know.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Chat, do you remember? I remember which one it was, but do you remember? Boss's office or under the stairs? Under the stairs? Because if you think it's under the stairs, you're wrong, it was the boss's office.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but
L, chat, L.
After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Well, not if you're chat, I guess.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figgly in this pink room.
Oh, well,
Did we?
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's
Oh, well.
here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yep. Must be true.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, very nice. Hell yeah. That's quality right there. I think I can see some pixels actually. Yes. Yes, we did. You're welcome. I'm gonna give that a big fat like on Facebook.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Can we go in here now? Yes. Now the last one.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
I'm not so
Who
sure
can
about that.
truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
It was truly majestic.
Except for the
Greatest
accident of
achievement in
picking up
humanity.
figurines, which it was exactly like.
Nothing will ever come close to achieving that again. You are in the present.
And then
Neat.
there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye. Stupid memory zone, I hate you.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen.
Oh,
Isn't
okay.
there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See
Okay.
how that feels.
Sure. What's the worst that can happen?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Yep, let's collect more. And then we collected
here's where
this
I made
one.
that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yes. Yep. Big fat like on Facebook, yes.
I love that video.
It's a great video. Definitely deserves a pat on the head. And then the pink room, I remember this one pretty decently.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, I give it like a 6 out of 10.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I think we might have enough Stanley figurines, mini stands, by this point. But I think we can go for a couple more.
This was our 7th Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The exhibit. Oh, it's the jumping circle. Hello, jumping circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then.
but time does put a rosy filter.
I've
on
always
it.
been a fan
In
of the
fact,
jumping
I dare
circle.
say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
Yes. Let's lose ourselves in the memories of the amazing content of the Stanley Parable.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Ah, the office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
We're going far back now, boys.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again.
Ooh.
I want to go back to how...
Let others do your thinking for you.
Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Hell yeah.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Ah, Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Well,
him. This was not
time to kill ourselves
the
again.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Suicide
Stanley
time.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, we will actually go to the meeting room.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here.
Would you look at this? The
Stanley
meeting room
needed
is
the
back to
bucket's
normal
warmth
now.
and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh, that's so sad. Anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Alright, there
Perhaps he
is
simply missed a memo.
some more new content. However, I am gonna end stream here. Because I can't actually quite remember how to get to that new content, and I'm not gonna look it up. And two, I think you should experience that new content for yourself. Because it's pretty goddamn good. So, anyway, we're gonna end stream now. Have a good day, or good night, or whatever, wherever you are, what time it is. I appreciate you joining me for today. I'll see you Tuesday for Enter the Gungeon. Farewell, everybody. Have a good day.